Alright, mic check 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I'm in the Discord. I don't know why I can't hear anything. That's weird. There we go. Now I can hear you. Shout is muted. That's why I can't hear him. Angel speak. Okay, there we go. Okay. At least I can confirm that I can hear people. And the stream has started, by the way. Oh, I should probably change controllers because this one's almost dead. Give me a second. I should fix that. Now my controller ain't gonna die halfway through, which is a good thing always. Should probably put my phone on the charger because I don't need my phone anymore. I'm not in the Discord on my phone. Set you down right there. That should do that just fine. Ooh, hello. Angel, you hopped into the stream yet, baby girl? Alright. So, as you can see, there's a lot of interesting difficulty levels in this game. However, unfortunately, I have a debate. I want to play it on the basic difficulties. That way it's much more linear and easier for you. Because if I play it on the higher difficulties, there are enemies that spawn that you haven't been introduced to yet. So it's weird. But the other thing is, I don't want it to be so fucking easy that I just never end up taking a shot and I'm just playing the game sober. So what would probably be best, maybe, is this difficulty, which I haven't even finished yet. Anyways. Well, bottoms up to the before I get started shot. Starting the prologue for the baby. There was once a demon who saved the human world from destruction. That demon became a legend, but with time his name faded from the annals of history. Now the world faces a new threat. Will the outcome of this battle be determined by man, demon, or perhaps...
We've known each other a long time. You never had this much trouble. You gonna make it through this, Dante?
I'm just letting the cutscenes play so you can hear. Oh, really? Interesting. Hang on. That's weird. Can you hear any sounds that the game are making? Like, can you hear clicking from the game? Oh, what the fuck? That's odd. I wonder why that's the case. Hang on. Microphone overload. You know what it might be? Hang on. Maybe if I adjust that, is the music a little louder now? Angelique. It could be. It could be. That could be the issue. I wish I didn't skip that cutscene, because now I have to go back for you to hear it. Actually, no, I don't. I know buttons. Hang on. I know a lot of good buttons. Should be this cutscene here. This is the only one that you haven't seen, I believe. Can you hear it now? Okay.
What am I doing wasting my time here? He's got this.
You should not underestimate this demon. After all, it was he who took your right arm and gained a great deal of power from it. I'm leaving. I suggest you do not fall behind.
Yeah. Okay, V. You're an interesting guy, but you're right. I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch.
Alright, that's the cutscene you missed. Now I can actually get back into the story. What was I thinking? I'm sorry if you struggle to hear it at times. I don't know exactly what setting I need to press for you to fix that.
Dante.
The enemy design in this game is really good. I enjoy the designs of them. Hey Angel, watch this.
I can take you with no arm. Come on.
Again, this is a very low difficulty for me to play on, so this is incredibly easy for me. I'm just gonna be breezing through the hordes of enemies. Oh yeah, one of the big ones spawned that you don't know exist yet, because we haven't gotten to the level he's supposed to spawn in at. I'm not taking no shots easily off of you, motherfucker. You want me to drink, you gotta work for it.
Hey, thought you took off.
Do you not understand? We cannot hope to do this without you.
That's all right, superstar. Go on with your best. Go ahead. We got this.
Well, when Xenoverse did all their stuff, it was like the different generations of Goku and Vegeta. You're enjoying this, aren't you? That's why I wanted you to see it.
Hold on, Dante. Looks like this won't be a total waste of time after all. Hey, jackass! Did your mother ever teach you it's not nice to steal?
I love the sass on every single
Dante.
character, it's hilarious.
I'm bagging this bitch!
Now, Angel, you're not supposed to beat this boss, so I will only take 2 maximum shots for this boss. I'm gonna just let you know that right now, because he is about to milk my fucking health bar. Yep, there it is. There's one. Oh, there's 2. Goddamn. Yeah, this is a Capcom game. You're never supposed to be able to beat the first boss on the first mission. It's doable. It's just incredibly fucking difficult. Because he does additional damage to your health bar that he doesn't do later in the game. I'm not supposed to beat this boss. I'm not trying that hard to do it. Yeah. I've seen people do it, even at the very beginning of the game, where you have like no skills unlocked. It takes like 20 minutes just because you're avoiding taking damage the entire time. Yep, like that right there. He just threw a fireball in my fucking face. Sing along what? What song am I gonna sing right now? I definitely do not know the lyrics to that opera. Alright, well there goes a shield for the first phase. And he's back. Gotta do it all over again. Oh, that might be a hit. That might be it. Oh, there it is. Alright, I'm owed 2 shots for that boss fight.
This is it! This is the end! It's all over!
Round 2.
Get her out of here! This is a bad move!
I can still fight!
Go! You're just dead weight!
Back up! Come on! Let go! We must leave here. He's far stronger than we ever could have imagined.
By the way, Dante, the one currently up toe-to-toe with my boy in the chair, he's like the main character for like the last 4 games.
Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get
So the fact that he's struggling is very, very big for all of us longtime fans.
Is that what you call him? Yes.
Cool, cool.
Yours and the Demon King.
Cool.
That's the name of the demon that took your arm.
If it's a boss I'm not meant to beat, I don't sweat it that hard, no matter how many times I fight him. The fact that Urizen was able to break the rebellion was wild to me the first time I played this game, Shouta. Like, cause that's been his main staple weapon since, what, Devil May Cry 2? Well, technically Devil May Cry 1, but then you get the lightning sword and you never touch Rebellion again. You get it in the first game, but you get the lightning sword like 10 minutes into the first game and you never touch Rebellion again because you can't unlock skills with it.
It doesn't look good.
This can't be happening. Dante lost.
Forget it. There's nothing we can do. We must go.
Alright, going for the third shot. I have not played Bayonetta, but I've watched someone play Bayonetta. I know it's not the same, but at least I know the story somewhat. I've thought about it. It's a little too horny for me, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, some of the, what is it, like, kill animations on, like, some of the bosses, it's a little much. It's a little bit much. Yeah, her specials are a little much sometimes. Demon King, yours in strength was beyond all expectations. Dante was forced onto the back foot and yelled at Nero to get out while he still could. As a strange demonic infestation climbed ever higher towards the surface, V and Nero fell back in defeat. Unable to do a thing to stop it, what fate lies in store for Dante, beaten and left behind. And now we get the actual intro sequence. Oh, Angel, I know you're taking a bath. You can still hear this, though. The male and female character in this next part is literally me and you. It's literally me and you.
Redgrave and its surrounding cities have ceased to function as a result of a mysterious tree that apparently attacked the city approximately 1 month ago. In light of this incident, the government... They're demons! I've seen it with my own eyes! Redgrave is completely taken over!
Let us pray for mercy. This is a trial from the heavens above.
Same crap, different day. So, tell me,
Tell you what,
how does it feel to be rescuing the guy that killed your father?
hey, I'm glad we're getting personal. Well, he abandoned my mother and I and left us for dead. I feel nothing.
Well, he's not exactly going up for Father of the Year award now, is he?
His research wasn't half bad. Came in handy. Mildly thankful for that.
They have to do that in here. It already smells like ass.
That's you.
Probably the best intro sequence to a game ever. I love this intro sequence. It's so good. Oh yeah, with Dante just going crazy in his fucking shop.
You have to hit every single bump in the road. Gonna ruin my groove.
Yeah, this one's pretty nuts though. Cause Nico is a badass too. We have nothing to go on Nico except for this game, and she just proves to be a badass multiple times. And then the song that plays in the background. Baby, don't be slow. Things like no time to go. Nothing to control. All this venting inside me. Honestly, debatable, some songs in the Devil May Cry games you can kind of pass on, I don't think I've passed on a single track in the Devil May Cry thing. I think all of them, aside from like the battle tracks that don't have words, all of them are in my playlist. I have V's battle theme, I have Nero's battle theme, I have Dante's, and obviously Virgil's. Bury the Light was a fucking thing that broke the internet. They're amazing. It took me a minute to get hooked on Devil Trigger, Nero's theme, but I eventually got into it. It's still lit. I'm not necessarily one for punk rock, and that's definitely punk rock. It's definitely still a banger. You just have to find your vibe with it, and I found mine eventually. This game does not promote smoking or the use of cigarettes. I love that after fucking Nico lights up like 3 cigarettes in the intro sequence.
What's happening? What's going on?
You look like you need a hug, but you're not gonna get one from me. Better get lost.
Hey, who are you? Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed!
Don't crap yourself. He likes to kill demon things. Let him do his thing.
You hear what I said, you dumb one-armed son of a bitch? You're gonna die!
Cheer up, crew cut. You taking notes?
Okay. So I just want to talk about something. Nero in cutscenes, amazing. Nero in gameplay, debatable.
Alright. Time to kick some ass.
Cause like, let's talk about Dante's fighting style. Dante's fighting style is like speedy, so you get a lot of hits off and they do moderate damage. Virgil's, if you get your concentration build up, you do a lot of damage and you have speed. Nero, a lot of his swings are like really big and dramatic and they're great for AoE, but they don't do a lot of damage. So like he has the worst of both traits. He doesn't have speed and he doesn't have that great of power. That's unless you charge up his sword. But unless you're really good at timing your fucking, what is it called, like amp up or whatever it is, you're never getting that charge up. And I'm terrible at doing that charge up because I just swing the sword.
Yeah, he's real pro at smacking demons around. That's why I built him that well-functioning arm. To kick demon ass.
Yeah, that's you, Angel. You're Nico.
Watch the merchandise!
Hey, stop bitching and take cover.
Am I wrong, Shouta? If I was out there doing some cool ass shit like this, Nico, aka Angel, would be having a great fucking time.
I'm really getting the hang of this new toy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There goes 2 enemies that Angel doesn't know exist yet because we haven't beat the missions for them. This guy you don't see until like mission 14. This guy, not so much. You meet him in like mission 4. Yeah, like that attack is great for AoE. Terrible in terms of damage. This is great for singles. But unless you get the charge up, you're not dealing with damage. Buster Arm, great for single, but it takes way too long. I love Nero as a character, I just hate his fighting style so fucking much. I'm not gonna chase down the red crystal demons. I already have enough demon orbs. I don't need to chase them down.
Are they collecting human blood? It's not just about food. Something else.
I'm not chasing you down. I have enough demon orbs, and you don't do anything but run away from me.
Oh yeah, looking good, baby. Make love to the camera. Woo, work it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We got another boss coming up, which means I'm gonna have to take shot for every single damage because I'm gonna have to actually kill this one. Okay, Shouta, here's where the shots are gonna start piling up.
What a lovely house plant. Oh, I get it. Who brought the marshmallows? Because I'm bringing the fire. Like that? You have some more. Get out of my sight!
Yeah, because she's taking a bath. And there goes damage. Alright, I'm taking another shot. Yeah, boss battles are gonna be... Yes, I'm streaming. Yeah, whenever I play Devil May Cry 5, I always do, every time I take damage, I take a drink. And I feel like if people actually watch my channel, it'll be... Yeah, because, like, how often do you see that on YouTube? Like, you see it occasionally from your YouTuber, depending on what they do, but it's not something you see that often. Me, I'm a fucking alcoholic, so I don't care. Yeah, like, Multiplier has done it, Smitty has done it, Vanoss did it at one point. He did it during a GTA 5 thing with Nogla. I think Terrorizer was there too. I can't remember. But like, it's not something you see often. But I'm an alcoholic and I drink almost every other weekend, so drunken gaming. All right, I'm probably only gonna do this one in halves because I did not get much Jack in this, which means it's like 80% Amsterdam. Yep, there's the burn that I hate. Oh, where's my chaser? Oh, wash it all away. Oh, there it is. I need a new chaser. I already killed my other chaser. Shouta. You're not an alcoholic, so I know you don't know what a chaser is. Those are mixers. Those is what... So, okay, yes, a chaser is after you drink the drink. You have that correct. However, orange juice and Coca-Cola I know as mixers. They're what you put your alcohol in so that you don't have as hard of a hit from the alcohol. It just tastes like It just tastes like orange juice or Coca-Cola because it's so strong in flavor. A chaser is like your fruitier beverages, like your twisted teas. They're not that high in alcohol percentage, but they also don't have that much of a kick. So you can follow it behind something that has a lot of kick and wash it down. I do wine coolers. So like Seagram's, the Jack Daniel's fruit cocktails, other stuff like that. They have an alcohol percentage. It's not that high. Like this one is 4.8 in comparison to my Jack Daniel's, which is 35, in comparison to my New Amsterdam, which I'm fairly certain is 40.
Gave you that one.
Just something a little bit lighter to wash down the heavy.
Swinging him.
And it doesn't burn the back of your throat. It's not like 70 or 80% proof. And there's more damage. Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, boss battles are going to be the death of me. Drunken gaming. I'm at 4 shots with that last one. This is about to be 5. And I'm already a chaser down. So, I did that for the YouTube videos. When I did the YouTube videos and I knew I had drinking content in it, I had a shot count in the top left. This is yes, I would have to find the video in question, which is going to take me a hot minute, but I definitely did. This is a stream, and it's a YouTube stream. I don't have any moderators or anything like that to edit that for me, so I have no clue how to do that shit, my boy. Yeah, I'm counting myself, so if anyone is watching the stream, and if they are paying attention, they know that this shot that I'm about to do is shot number 5. Oh, that New Amsterdam burns. Did I even get all of it? I think I got all of it. Yeah, I got all of it. The other thing that I have to be careful with is that I don't have a shot glass. I have a double shot glass. So if I over pour, I'm taking more than a singular shot. Yeah, so every time I take a shot and I unfortunately overpour, it's closer to a second, like 2 shots instead of one. So if you want to, you can take 5 and potentially multiply it by 2. I've technically taken 10 shots. But I'm not gonna say multiply it by 2 because I know I haven't filled the shot glass to the brim, so I know it's not a full 2 shots. So you're probably better off multiplying it by like a 1.5 or some shit like that. What? What, Shadow? Yeah, the shot glass is bigger than your average shot glass. It's known as a double shot. They do exist. They are a thing. What do you mean the usual options for a double? You just get drunk quicker because it's a bigger dose of alcohol. That's literally it. How I feel after depends on the alcohol that I'm drinking. Like Jack Daniels is notoriously known for giving people hangovers, but I usually don't get a hangover off of Jack like how other people do, which is why I drink it. Because it tastes good and it feels good and I don't get the unfortunate hangover after. Alright, we gotta remain silent for Angel to hear the cutscene.
Hey, tough guy. That'll keep him, but not for long.
What do you mean?
Soldier Boy said city's gone to hell and back, taken over by the underworld. Not just here, but everywhere.
Yamato did this.
Oh yeah, this cutscene. I forgot about this cutscene. This cutscene is so nice. Because it gives you a hint as to who the main villain is without giving you a hint to who the main villain is. Oh, I love it.
Like your pet mechanic. Don't get used to it.
Nico, I showed you those order docs. So you still owe me, remember?
Hey, you two! Dinner's ready!
Be right there! Hey, why don't you go ahead? I'm gonna finish up here.
I'll try to save you some. Not.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is.
You need something? What is it? You hungry? Well, you're in luck, pal, 'cause
I wish there was a mod where you could fight as decrepit He Shall Not Be Named because Angel doesn't know who he is yet.
Upstairs. You see something you like?
You know who I mean, Shouta? Like if there was a mod where you could fight in that skin for that character who shall not be named because Angel doesn't know who it is yet.
Nero, the food's getting cold!
Get back inside now!
Yeah. Hi, Angel. Have you enjoyed the stream thus far? Okay.
I'm taking this back.
Oh, and James has joined the Discord chat, and so has Cherry. James and Cherry, since you're joining in late, I am streaming Devil May Cry 5 because Angel has never seen it, and I am absolutely in love with the series of Devil May Cry.
I'll leave you alone for 2 minutes. What the hell happened?
Oh, Angel, I don't know if you heard me, but the female character as well as Nero. I mentioned that that's literally
He's
us. I don't
waiting
know
for
if
us
you've
up
caught
ahead.
that thus far.
Try not to get us killed on the way there.
And you've seen what I mean, right? Alright. Of course they did. They probably were in a DM and were like, alright, let's go join the server.
That's it. No more wheels from here.
All right, guess I'm
Yeah.
walking then.
Yo. Check it out.
What? And this is?
From Morrison. I think it's his manifesto.
So here's what I'm gonna say. Like, this is a stream. It's obviously gonna go up on the channel afterwards. If you want to watch it afterwards, be my guest. Yeah, but the other thing is, like, with this letter that's currently on the screen, it's not that fucking important. If you want to read it, pause the screen and fucking catch it from there.
Hey, we doing this or what?
I'm waiting on you. I'm cooking. Any special orders?
So Shadow, I'll say this because you obviously know Devil May Cry 5, right? So you could go check out James's stream for what he's about to show you, and then come back because you'll know everything you missed. You know, I'll make the decision easier for you.
Fast.
It's not like you're missing a story that you haven't already experienced. You're just missing my personal gameplay rendition of it, which isn't that fucking special, as you've probably seen thus far. Yeah. They really are. Like, I respect IGN on certain opinions, other ones, not so much. Don't do drugs unless they're steroids, in which case use lots of drugs. If you get that reference, tell me what it is. Here's another enemy that you're not introduced to, Angel, until like mission 7? No, not 7, probably 6.
Demons doing in a city like this.
I'm just gonna bypass all these enemies because I don't care about them. And Angel, this is a classic enemy in Devil May Cry, the franchise, since like Devil May Cry, I want to say 3. I don't know about the first one, I can't remember. There was probably a version of them, but not this version. I can still see you out the corner of my eye, motherfucker. I got great peripheral vision. Fuck you. And fuck you. Even drunk, I have great peripheral vision. Fuck you niggas.
Looks like I'm gonna make it there before you do, V. Trying to stop me. Oh, whatever shall I do? Yeah, I can make this work.
Angel, I'm gonna have to inform you. I'm gonna have to get rid of another puss before I get rid of yours. It's a demon puss, so it doesn't matter. I do not want to fire that.
My way through. He doesn't seem like a demon to me. Wait, which way did I come from again? This again?
Angel, I'm sure you've noticed by now the letter rankings on the side of the screen. Whenever I go into a combat encounter, right? If other people were not talking, maybe you could hear me. Okay, I just can't hear your responses. My mistake. Understandable. So I'm sure you've noticed the letter rankings on the side of the screen every time I go into a counter, right? Those are stylish rankings. It goes down every time I take damage. It goes up every time I do impressive combos. The highest ranking is triple S, and it gets harder to maintain the higher combo the higher you go. So instead of like DCF, not DCBA, and then like Z, it's DCBAS, double S, and then triple S. Triple S being the highest. And that's been religious in the Devil May Cry verse since, like, day one. See how it goes up as I continue the combo and not get hit? And the music changes as it continues. Oh, there's damage. There's damage. What game are we talking about? Sonic Unleashed, if it released in So, if Sonic Unleashed actually came out in 2002, that would imply that it came out with, like, early PlayStation 2 and, like, other really early consoles. Yeah, yeah, that would be nuts. That would actually be nuts. Not even graphics alone, just like gameplay, because like gameplay really early back then was like really basic, except for like maybe the Metal Gear Solid series and the Call of Duty series. In which case, in 2008, Sonic Unleashed, I want to say, is based for the time period. It's nominal for the time period. Maybe he looked on Wikipedia and Wikipedia said that it was 2002. So, you want to know something funny about Wikipedia? There are still moderators on Wikipedia. Obviously you can go in and add an edit to a search in Wikipedia, but there are moderators that check your search, and if your search is not accurate, they will have that back updated to being accurate in like 10 to 15 minutes. And my teacher... So I'm gonna say this about Wikipedia very quickly. I'm gonna say this about Wikipedia very quickly. My government and economics teacher showed me how you could delete the entire doc for Wikipedia and then put a random sentence in, and it would update. But then in 15 minutes, the moderators would bring the old doc back with all of the information without failure. So Wikipedia, it's not the most reliable source because there is a 15-minute grace period where that doc was completely inaccurate, but it reverted itself back to being accurate. Yeah, so like if you were to look up like when World War II started, and that's like known throughout all history books across the globe, yeah, that information is probably the most accurate. If you're looking up something specific to a specific country's or region's history it might be inaccurate because we all use different calendars. But Wikipedia does a good job of acknowledging in the Mayan calendar, which is used in this region, it happens during this time period. And in the world calendar, which is acknowledged around the world, it's acknowledged here. And there's damage. You know, I'm gonna wait on that shot because I just took that one. Because the Wii version is lit. Dude, fighting demons and monsters and ghouls and shit on the Wii version was lit. Because you were actually throwing haymakers at them bitch with them nunchucks. So, like, yeah, the Wii version is considerably ancient tech when you consider the Xbox One and other shit. But, like, throwing actual haymakers at the fucking monsters and shit with them nunchucks and with the Wiimote, that shit was fun as fuck. Also, Angel, I don't know if you've noticed, even though I'm getting drunker and drunker by the fucking encounter, I'm still nutty with some of these combos. And this is exactly what I meant by, even in this game, drunk, I'm fucking nuts. I cannot hear you over the gameplay, I'm sorry, give me a second. Okay, now there's no battle music and other things. What did you say, Angel? Now I can't hear you over Shouta. Oh, okay. But do you see what I mean, at least? Even drunk, I'm nutty with the combos. Oh, and here goes another scene where, yeah, Nico and fucking Nero's relationship is literally me and you. Hang on, give me a second.
Guess the phone still works.
Took you long enough, dumbass. What happened to the third ring rule?
Tell you what, you call me from now on, and I'll hustle on over.
Now, this is the point in the game where if you had red orbs, you could upgrade your character. But my character is all the way maxed out, so I don't need to do that. Well, to be fair, this game has been out since... Shouta, can you confirm Devil May Cry has been out since fucking 2018? Yeah, so I definitely have my character maxed out. And I call you. Again, Nero in cutscenes, badass. Nero in gameplay, debatable.
Somebody call a doctor?
I wasn't expecting any
disappoint you. Hey, you happen to see a guy around here about this big uses a cane? I was supposed to meet him. Did you snack on him?
Your blood is a very precious sacrifice. Eating you would do me no good. I must have every last drop to rule the underworld as king.
King? You? I don't know. I mean, you're a big guy and all, but you seem more like a knuckle-scrapping fart in the wind than anything else. No offense.
Again, the sass on the main characters is nutty in every single game, and I love it. Oh, tell me, Angel, do you recognize this super ability from the main villain that we fought in the first mission? Give it a second. The fireball.
Cool trick. Hey, do you do parties?
Every single boss in this game I've noticed has an aspect of the main villain.
Maybe I will. Sorry, I'm about to kill you.
Up, and there goes my arm, and there goes damage. Yeah, I knew that timing on that one was bad. You're taking a drink of water while I'm pouring myself a shot of alcohol. Think about that, Shouta. The Sober Lifestyle by Shouta Gameplay. Excuse me. So if anyone wonders what I'm drinking at the moment, I am drinking New Amsterdam Shooters, which are a singular shot. But I'm mixing them with Jack Daniel's Honey. New Amsterdam Apple is 40% alcohol. Jack Daniel's Honey is 35%. And I'm mixing them with every single shot I take. And then I am chasing it down with a Jack Daniel's Down Home Punch, which essentially is fruit punch, which is like 4.8. So 6 shots at this point, deep. I'm fucked because I'm mixing. And the reason I know I'm getting drunk is because my shot form has gone completely out the window. Your baby is drunk off his ass. I'm gonna assume the second one that keeps popping in and popping out is Shouta. Am I right in assuming that Shouta? Because, like, I know one viewer is 100% Angel. She's been here the entire time. There's one that keeps, like, popping in and out. I'm gonna assume that's you, Shouta. Yeah, I know. I could guess that much.
It's your grave. Jack it up all you want.
Yeah, of all the DMCM games, it's like 3, 5, 1, 4, and then 2. I'm not gonna take another shot because I just took another shot. You know, there's still health concerns with drinking alcohol, and I'm not going to avoid them. gonna leave him in there because I know how this plays out. There goes some free damage. I know I can do it. I've done it multiple times on higher difficulties. It's just whether or not I can do it while I'm drunk. Yep, I'll take that damage. Fuck you.
How about we...
Ow. Oh yeah, I love this animation. God damn. That's a quick attack. And there goes his big attack. I can just charge up during that sequence. I want to see if I can stun him so I can do the animation that comes with it for you. I don't think I'm going to be able to with his health that low. Alright, I'll give at least one shot for all that damage that I took during that boss fight.
I curse my stars in.
Princess sounds tired. I knew she was tired earlier today, but I guess work really took it out of her, huh?
And me, so low.
I can hear you, but I'm struggling to hear over the game and over James.
Little wanderer, I thee home.
Thought I was gonna have to pick you out of his, tummy teeth.
Pardon my delay. I was
catching
catching up
up
on some reading.
Yeah, looks like a real page-turner. So, think Dante's still in there?
If Urizen defeated him, then I expect he's not much more than Glyphod pollen by now.
What?
Glyphod. It's a tree that grows in the underworld. It thrives on human blood and those
I don't
whose
mean
blood
to...
it sucks well.
Right, and I
Let's just
don't
say
mean
they
to be
don't
an
turn out
interruption
well.
either by vocalizing certain things that are happening around
In
me
any
because I'm
case,
drunk
we
off
need to
my
find
ass. I'm sorry, James.
If Dante's alive, we'll save him. If not, we don't.
Wait.
You'll have to
First,
excuse
we
Drunk Chris. Drunk
need to
Chris is
exterminate
very
some
verbal.
Glyphod roots.
Yeah, so like, I'm just gonna say this.
hell are
Drunk
you?
Chris talks a lot more than regular Chris, so you'll have to learn to deal with that.
I know I'm late. Shut it! The roads were all clogged. Hey, you must be V, huh?
I'm gonna
Ready to
interrupt
get
you
there?
and Angel's conversation
Ding,
because
right
this
by your feet.
next part in this game that I'm playing is literally me and Angel. I'm sorry, I have to
Woo-wee.
interrupt to say
I'm
that.
gonna make something amazing out of this.
Did you just sniff that? Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Focus on the mission.
So yeah, I modified my stream, or at least the Discord chat on my PlayStation, so that the game comes through louder than Discord, because I assumed that's why Angel couldn't hear me the stream that well. I don't know if that's actually done it. Excuse me. I don't know if that's actually. Yeah, so I'll break it back to even, and that should help me hear a little bit. I don't know what else to adjust in the actual stream settings. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else to adjust in the actual stream settings to make it louder. With the city in the grip of full-scale demon invasion, Nero found himself battling and beating a gargantuan demon at the church in the infested city. After meeting up with V, Nero learned that the infestation was traced back to a demonic tree named the Quiflock. Named likely... I can't read all of that while I'm drunk, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, I've read a couple of lines through there, and then it got really blurry while I was trying to read.
Behold, my genius.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this, Retro. When you're about 6 to 12 shots deep, it gets really difficult to read.
Badass work is worth every dime, you know it.
Well, your quality control sucks ass, and you know that.
And also to Retro, also Angel, to James's point, IGN is recounted as like one of the best gaming like opinions out there. So for them to rank it really low is like a really low blow.
Got any questions, little chicken?
I know, but IGN, when you hear an IGN rating is low, you know it might actually be a trash game.
Be like her someday, an artist and a lethal artisan. Everything I create is art, whether it's a gun or a steel pot to cook herbs in. Any more questions?
But
Little cheeky.
you can hear Retro talking about it. Retro, I'm not gonna admit, you kind of came in kind of quiet. I'm gonna admit it
And
to
if
you.
I don't see you along the way, I'll see you at the bottom of the Clyphod.
Sure. What are you gonna do?
I gotta shake the cobwebs out.
But no, Retro,
Hey, you
since
got any more questions? Better ask it now. I can't read minds. Ooh, well, yeah.
Retro, in summary, Angel said that IGN rated it kind of low. But to be fair, IGN rates more than just like gameplay or other things. They rate like everything on the games, to like graphics in comparison to other graphics during that time period. They rate it like in comparison to everything. So when an IGN rating is when an IGN rating is either low or high, you know it's moderately accurate because they rate it in comparison to everything. In terms of graphics, in terms of gameplay, in terms of glitches that happen based on the console that you're playing it on that the game offers, in comparison to like how certain bosses play on certain stages, aka that rooftop boss that you were fighting that knocks you off the stage if you're in the air. You know what I mean? Sonic, Sonic Unleashed has glitches depending on the game that you're playing. Sonic Unleashed has certain bosses that will literally knock you off the stage depending on where you get hit at. It really depends, and IGN rates it on everything.
All right, move out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, even on the PlayStation, actually not on PlayStation 2, on the Wii, I don't think I ever remember encountering a glitch.
So much for teamwork.
So yeah, like she was facing that boss that like appears on like the rooftops on like one of the wearer Sonic fucking levels, and if you get hit while you're in the air, you just get knocked off the roof. Doesn't matter how much health you have, doesn't matter how well you're doing in the boss fight, you get knocked off the roof. I know that's not a glitch, and I'm not saying that's a glitch. That's an actual gameplay mechanic, but it's a shitty gameplay mechanic. Because at no point in time should you be, like, fighting for your life on the ground. If your character has aerial combinations, you should be able to use them, and that's the thing IGN takes into account. Yeah, but that's the thing. Some of the boss's AoE attacks take you out in the air, and if they take you out in the air, you're immediately knocked off the stage, you lose a life. That's one thing that IGN takes into account when they're rating their shit. And that's why I semi-trust IGN's ratings, because I know they take in multiple things. No, I'm not necessarily naming like a gameplay mechanic that makes the gameplay difficult. I'm saying a gameplay mechanic that breaks the game. Like, it'd be one thing if like you got knocked towards the edge of the stage and you were threatened with falling off the stage. No, you could be dead center on the stage and you will still fall off the stage. I mean, I don't want to say skill issue for my wife because that's offensive, but I don't even know if this boss was a thing in fucking Sonic Unleashed when I played it on the Wii, because I don't recognize it. I'm just saying, in my personal experience in playing on Sonic Unleashed, is that I don't remember it.
Taking this fucking thing down. Now the roots are in my way.
Drop shadow is like if you were to be in the air, it shows you roughly where you're going to fall. In which case you can predict how you want to play the game after you fall. So like, you know how some games have like shadows in it? where it actually kind of shows you where you are in the air, Angel, and like those more like AAA games. Sonic Unleashed doesn't offer that. It doesn't give you a shadow because all of those stages are at nighttime.
These roots have to be coming from somewhere.
So let's also be fair, not fucking James. There are certain stages that are gonna be more difficult than others, but you also have to rate those more difficult stages off whether it's a gameplay mechanic or whether it's based off of like actual genuine difficulty of like how many monsters are there, whether you have certain skills unlocked by this point in the game, or by whether it's just designed to be difficult. If it's difficult because, you know, like, you can't do certain things that would be nice to do by certain points in the game, then it's unnecessarily difficult. Yes, it is. So, like, some games do give you that choice. Like, some games give you the option with, like, Devil May Cry, which I'm playing, for example. It gives you the option whether you want to deal more damage or whether you want to take less damage. Right. Right. And right, and that's the debate you have to live with. And that's the debate you have to live with, whether you want to... Yeah, and... where all the enemies start to survive longer. And that's the debate you want... And that's when the debate comes into play, really. Do you want to kill enemies faster, or do you want to survive the hits they deal to you? So, like, Devil May Cry... The game I'm playing... Right. And the game I'm currently playing does a perfect example of this, because it doesn't matter what difficulty you're playing. Well, I won't say no matter what difficulty you're playing on. If you're playing on a certain difficulty, the enemies deal more damage. So unless you bump up the difficulty in the game, you can just upgrade health and nothing is going to change. You're just going to survive longer. But if you choose not to upgrade your combos, you're not going to kill them in time because they spawn more enemies, and you're just going to survive through the onslaught. So I'm going to say this. What mission in Sonic Unleashed are you talking about? No, Retro. It's important what mission you're talking about, because this is no, it does, because let me finish, Retro. If this is someone loading up Sonic Unleashed for the first time in their lifetime, doesn't matter what console, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Wii, if this is their first time loading up Sonic Unleashed and they have yet to grasp the mechanic of Sonic Unleashed QTEs, they need to learn them. So if this is stage 1 with Werehog, they still are in the grasping phase. If this is stage 2 with their Werehog, they've gotten at least they've literally seen it, but they're still growing accustomed to it. If this is stage 3, they've started to grow accustomed to it. They're more or less finished figuring out what works best for them as a player indefinitely. And then from stage 4 on, they're refining it. So, what stage are you necessarily referring to? Exactly. You're talking about playing through the game enough and referring to the stage enough, which I define as stage 4 and beyond. If this is anyone playing before stage 3, which is them refining their QTE mechanics, refining how they want to deal combos, refining whether they want to define health over damage, this is still players in their building phase. If you have to debate so hard on whether you want health to survive a fight or damage to survive a fight, that you're literally sitting there at the menu screen for 20 fucking minutes, it might be a difficult debate. And that's okay. But if it's a difficult debate that leaves characters just saying, fuck it, I'm gonna go with health, and they realize halfway through the fight they might have wanted to choose damage, then that might be a moderately imbalanced level, because that level has more enemies, or that level has more surviving enemies, in which case they want the more damage, because even though they went for more health, they don't know at that stage of the game how to survive. I will admit, I don't remember what the stage is called in Sonic Unleashed, but like Chinese Sonic Unleashed, where you're running across the bridge and shit in the daytime and doing all those like spinning moves in the nighttime and shit. That's a difficult level for players that haven't learned those mechanics yet. And if you're not learning those mechanics yet, you're wasting all of your Sonic Werewolves lives because you don't know how to fucking do those spinning jumping mechanics yet. I know it's not at the beginning of the game. I know that's at like the kind of middle-ish end portion of the game. Again, I haven't played Sonic Unleashed in like years, since like the Wii system. So my knowledge of Sonic Unleashed is like spaced. If that's next stage, then that falls into characters learning how the mechanics work. Not learning how the mechanics work. Players learning how to master how the mechanics work and figuring out how they as an individual wants to play that mechanic.
You want me to follow you? No way. You bring that shit to me.
Yeah, and again, that's fine, but you have to realize by state. And again, Shouta and Retro, you have to realize that these might not be players who have played Sonic Unleashed across multiple consoles. These are not players who may have played the game ever. These are players who are going through Stage 2 as it is designed, Stage 2. And if that's the case, depending on what they decided to upgrade, this level might be unnecessarily difficult because the game wants you to upgrade certain things as opposed to other things. In which case, it's not necessarily a good game because it's not balanced. If you didn't upgrade this certain thing, you're at a natural disadvantage. In which case you can't do anything about it except die to the level and get good at the game. So James, I'm gonna say this personally. I have played multiple games. I have loved and hated multiple games. I love games that give me a challenge because I know by about a quarter to slash halfway through the game, I'm gonna figure out the game mechanics. I'm gonna figure out how to cheese it. I'm gonna have certain upgrades, in which case the game isn't necessarily difficult. In which case I'm more or less just playing the story. So like when a game actually challenges me and a game actually makes me say, oh, so that's how that works. That's when a game actually grabs my attention again through the third quarter of the game to the last period of the game. For us more experienced gamers who have been playing games since we were like 10, more challenging games actually is more appealing because we're used to figuring out game mechanics and other things. But for us gamers who didn't get a console until the PlayStation 3 and we just decided to download Sonic Unleashed, it's a challenge because we're not used to playing video games. Like, I guarantee you right now, if I told Angel to grab the controller out of my game and fight the boss that's about to come up, she would probably die a lot. Because she's not used to this game. She hasn't had a chance to dive into the mechanics of it. But for us gamers who have been playing games since we were like 8, this is simple basic shit. Again, that's called skill issue, but when IGN is rating their games, they take into account, is this a new gamer who just started gaming versus a gamer who's been playing for years and is used to finding these kind of exploits? In which case they might rate it they might rate it a D for new gamers. They might rate it an A for old-fashioned gamers who are used to it by now, and they put it in the middle, which is unfortunately a C. I know how IGN does their shit. They put it in the middle ground every single time so that no matter what, whether you're a new gamer learning how to play a game or whether you're an old-fashioned gamer who's used to exploiting shit, you can find a balanced experience. And I will admit that IGN is definitely a little bit rough sometimes. IGN has the tendency to be a little bit rough.
You know I got you covered, asshole.
Okay. But Retro. How old... Okay. And okay. Retro, I didn't play Crash that much. Retro, I didn't play Crash that much. When did this Crash game specifically come out? GameCube era. GameCube era. So console gaming was new for the entire population of the world, correct? Okay, what was new for the entire generation of the world by the time the GameCube era? Okay, N64. What happened before the N64? Right. So N64 is the first game that you could game at home aside from arcades, right? No. Okay. So let's continue to divide fold in time. GameCube, we have N64. What is the next at-home gaming console? Before the N64. The SNES. What happened became the SNES? Okay, and that's fine. That's fine. My point is, what happened before the, what did you say, the N64? The SN, right, the SNES. What happened before the NCS with the arcade gaming, right? Where you had to go to a separate building if you wanted to play games, right? Alright. But we know how the Sega Genesis ended up, and we know how the NCS ended up, right? So we know how we know how that ended up. It was a work in progress at the best, right? So at home gaming, aside from going to an arcade, is experimental by that early time period. It has all kinds of bugs, all kinds of glitches. It's not perfected. We get to the N64 and the GameCube, we're starting to refine those glitches and bugs that are game breaking, in which case you can't beat whatever boss you're on. By the point of, what'd you say the fucking game you were talking about Retro came out on? GameCube. So we're still in the refinement period. We're still figuring out what bugs we can fix as console makers for you to own at home so that you can fix it. And I get it. Me and you, Retro, have been playing games since the GameCube all the way up to the PlayStation 5. We are from ancient gamers to modern players. We are technically by the community considered washed. But we know how to play video games and we know how to exploit shit. Back then, when there was no PlayStation 2, when there was no Xbox 360, people didn't know how to exploit shit. People didn't necessarily know how to fucking break the game and win games super easily. Games at that point in time were super based. We were still learning as gamers. Production studios were still learning as game creators. So by that point in time when the game came out, yeah, it was really fucking hard. Do you see the point I'm trying to make, Retro? By the point of 2008, gamers were basic and game creator studios were basic. And I get it, it's hard for you to see it because you're seeing it as the perspective of a gamer who's been playing it for like 10, 15 years. It's hard to see it as a gamer who just started while the game was still in its production period, while the studio was still learning how to fix certain things, and while gamers were still learning how to learn certain things. Me and you have already learned it. Me and you have already learned how to beat it super fucking easy because we know how to exploit that AoE attack that knocks you off the stage because we know how to just jump higher because we unlocked that ability early on to be safe. The first ability that I unlocked in this game was how to jump higher so that I could. If it was any other game early on, I would have not unlocked this ability. Well, again, I don't remember because it was 2008, correct? It's IGN, so they're rating it for first-time players and they're rating it for long-time players. In which case, it's not gonna be balanced because long-time players are gonna know how to exploit shit. New players are not, which is the point I'm trying to make to Retro. Right, and I want to admit that. I want to admit that. I want to admit that Sonic Daytime is the classic Sonic that everyone is used to by this time period in time in 2008. And I want to admit that Sonic Unleashed revealed a new gameplay mechanic, which is combat mechanics, which has been introduced to us with Call of Duty and Battlefield by this point in time in 2008. I want to admit it's certain mechanics. So like right, and right. And what I want to say is, during this time period in 2008, people were still playing on the Wii, in which case you had the Wiimote and the nunchucks. But also, you had people playing on PlayStation 3, which had one, different hardware, which means different gameplay mechanics because you have different hardware. Two, different styles of gameplay. The Wii had the Wiimote and nunchucks, in which case everything you physically do has a reaction. On the PlayStation and Xbox, you just had Joy-Cons, which don't, one, give you as nearly much satisfaction for doing things, and two, depending on how you move joysticks as opposed to a whole Wiimote, gives you completely different levels of gameplay. The sticks on a controller significantly more accurate to moving a Wiimote. If you moved a Wiimote diagonally, depending on how much that angle is, you might be considered as a right or you might be considered as a down. In which case you have to completely change everything that you were thinking about doing to match what you just did as a player, because your Wiimote considered you one option or the other. As opposed to a controller, which case you move that motherfucker right, you're gonna attack to the right. You move that motherfucker down, you're gonna attack down. Wiimote, it was a generally fixated area because it was prehistoric, technology to joysticks. Console has to do with it because Wiimotes tracked you on a motion bar. If the motion bar tracked you on a down when you were trying to throw a right, you don't have to change your combo from a right combo to a down combo. If it was a controller where that motherfucker is gonna pick you up way more accurately to a down or a right combo, you can keep your combo. But if you didn't pick up on the fact that you changed to a down combo when you wanted to change to a right combo on the Wiimote, you now have to unfuck yourself. So I'm gonna say this. I never even. Retro. Retro. We've been playing games since the N64, since the GameCube. We've gotten used to bullshit mechanics and actual positive mechanics. We have a general grasp on gameplay mechanics by the time the Wii and the PlayStation and the Xbox One came out. As opposed to gamers who just got it started on the Wii and the PlayStation 2. The point I'm trying to make is that IGN rates their shit for new gamers who came out during that time period and old gamers. In which case they put that shit finally in the middle, in which case it's not going to be perfect. IGN is never going to be perfect. You always have to take IGN with a grain of salt because they're rating it for the mass population. I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase, Retro. If you try to appease everyone, you will appease no one. Have you ever heard that phrase, Retro? Again, that phrase has designed the gaming industry since day one. If you try to appease everyone, you will appease no one. That's why Battlefield ends. I'm drunk. Fuck off. That's why Battlefield exists in its own realm. Battlefield exists in the realm of realistic combat gameplay. Call of Duty exists in its realm of more or less superhero gameplay because you can survive like 7 or 8 bullets depending on the difficulty with your gameplay. Battlefield, you take 2 bullets, it's realistic. You're gonna fucking die. You try to shoot a bullet at 100 meters and you aim that shit for 50 meters, you're gonna miss. That's why they exist in separate realms. IGN exists in all realms. You exist for everybody, you appease nobody. That's why you always have to take IGN with a grain of salt. Because they exist for everybody in the gaming community. Me and you as pro gamers take that IGN review of low and take it as bullshit because we're pro gamers. IGN reviews as low for new gamers sympathize with it because they don't understand what's happening in the game. That's where the divergence continues. Tekken as a new fighter gameplay sucks because you can't figure out how to do combos. Mortal Kombat literally gives you the prompts to do combos and it makes it somewhat easier. Not necessarily easier, but a little bit easier because it shows you what buttons to push to do certain things. In which case Mortal Kombat is a little bit easier for newer gamers as opposed to Tekken. Huh? I know, and I know that's retarded for us older gamers. IGN is for the broad spectrum. It's not for older gamers, it's not for newer gamers. It's for this game is average depending on your skill level. If you want a more accurate gameplay thing, I think you want to refer to different things. But if you're looking for a broad spectrum, let's say Tekken, for example, right? Tekken, IGN might rate it low because Tekken has been around for the fucking longest. Tekken has been around since the arcade games. If you've never played an arcade game in your life, Tekken might be kind of difficult. I will admit that. Tekken 7 was free on Game Pass for like a free play weekend. I played Tekken. I fucking sucked at it. But Mortal Kombat, you give me a Mortal Kombat where it literally shows me the combos to input, on that shit like white on rice. You see the difference that IGN personally plays with. But you go to like New York Times, you go to like PlayStation Network, you go to like these different things, you're gonna get a different network because those networks are tailored to specific types of players. I won't say IGN sucks the I won't say IGN sucks the Italian dick. IGN is trying to, for all of us American gamers, for all of us Japanese gamers, for all of us European gamers, for all of us Middle Eastern gamers, trying to give us an opinion that might base us for the general populace. If you were to look at a PlayStation review for Sonic Unleashed, it might be a little bit higher because they're taking direct opinions for their fans. That shit might rate like a 4.5, in which case it probably fits in the B section of a letter category, right? But for IGN, where they're trying to take in those Middle Eastern gamers who just barely managed to buy a console in their fucking tribe and barely get any signal out there, in which case the game is probably lagging, the game rates moderately. What's the abbreviation for IGN? Isn't it the International Gaming National or whatever, some shit like that? Retro, do me a favor. 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 Do Google what IGN stands for, because I know I'm drunk and I'm not gonna be able to type that shit accurately. Retro. No, they're not saying game is hard, trash as fuck. They're saying game is hard for our Saudi Arabian players who have never owned a console in their life. In which case, Sonic Unleashed is the very first game they ever downloaded, ever. They're saying Sonic Unleashed hard for those fucking Pakistani fucking gamers who have never downloaded a game ever. In which case, it's fucking hard as fuck. For us American gamers who have been playing games since fucking Galaga and Tetris, this shit is light work. That's the point I'm trying to make with IGN. Again, I get it. I get it. Galaga and Tetris are I get it. Galaga and Tetris are very old games to reference. But let's be fair. After you played Tetris on that arcade machine about 5 or 10 times, you started to figure out how Tetris worked, right? Right? After Galaga played 5 or 10 times, and you realized the level was exactly the fucking same as it was the last time you played it, Galaga got a little easier, right? We as gamers have learned since all the way back in the 1960s when Tetris and Galaga were popular, how to realize games are super fucking simple during this time period. Gamers who have just locked into gaming during the 1980s and 90s haven't had the exploits of the 60s and 70s gamers haven't had. So the game is naturally more difficult because we can't identify exploits. We can't identify, oh, if I spawn into this level, enemies are going to pop up in this exact position at this exact time. We don't know how to identify that because we just literally started going to the arcade and putting 25 quarters in a machine. As opposed to 1960 players who have been doing that shit for 2 years or 20 years even. IGN does a very, 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 very good job at giving a broad spectrum opinion. I don't think they do a very good job of giving old experienced gamers opinions versus new experienced gamers opinions. For instance, you mentioned Dark Souls, right? Dark Souls is intentioned Dark Souls is intentioned to be a difficult game. It's made by Capcom and Ubisoft. These are games that are designed to give you the first boss before they give you a tutorial. These are games that are meant to knock you down a peg and make you realize, oh, I don't know how to play this game specifically. In which case, new gamers who haven't even started gaming, even on Galaga, Pac-Man, or Tetris, have no idea what they're fucking doing, whether it be with an arcade machine or a controller in their hands. I'm not Capcom. IGN is really good at giving opinions in those regards. But if I were to ask how a PlayStation or an Xbox One feels about Dark Souls games, they're like, oh, it's a challenge, but the challenge is what makes it fun. I guarantee you, if you go and look at the comment section of a fucking Dark Souls game, there are people noting that it's a challenge, but that's what makes it fun, and that's what gives it a 4/5-star review. And then the players who aren't used to gaming and realize that the game is hard is what's giving it a 1-star review. And that's what puts it in the middle ground, which is what IGN lives in for their entire career. IGN lives in that middle ground that commenters of experience gaming lives in, and that experience of low experience gamers lives in. They live in that middle ground. And why I always say take IGN with a lay of salt. Right. Right. And I don't know if you've noticed that in recent... Right. So, like, I'm going to give you a couple of examples, right? I have not played a Halo game. I'm being calm. I'm being casual. Again, I'm drunk. Fuck off. I can't understand logic. Suck my dick, Retro. Yes, Princess. Right. I I I get that. 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 I I get that. Again, IGN lives in that middle realm. That's why I've been repeated. I I know, and IGN is trying to live in that middle ground. In which case, I will always say, take IGN reviews with a grain of salt. Same thing with movies. Take those, what is it, tomato reviews? Is it tomato reviews for movies? You take okay. So I'm gonna give. Yeah, and I Retro. I asked you to Google me what IGN stands for. Can you please do that for me? Okay, you don't see it anywhere? Okay, I won't ask that question anymore. My bad. I'm gonna say this. Me as a new Halo player, I've never touched a Halo game. The first Halo game I touched was Halo ODST. Retro, if you know anything about Halo ODST, that was an Xbox 360 game. That was a game designed for Halo players, right? Right, Retro? Right. I have yet to touch a Halo game as a 12-year-old before I touched Halo ODST. Well, I'm throwing an age demographic out there because this was an Xbox 360. I was probably 10, 11, or 12. Let's be fair, right? Xbox 360. Okay, ignore the age rating for the game, right? Halo ADST came out in what? Google that search from. Google that for me, right? I'm giving an example. Halo ODST came out in what you said 2012. So if I was born in 2002, if I was born in 2002, I'm 13 minimum, 14 maximum. Right? Let's agree on that, right? I'm getting there. Let me get there. I'm drunk. It's gonna take me a long time to get there. In which case, I'm going to get back to my original point of IGN exists in the middle ground of new players and old players. Old players like me and you, Retro, are used to this bullshit. New players are not. This is a 2008 games. Consoles are still an experiment. Consoles are still a thing that's being played with and adding software to it. This is still a thing that's new to the gaming community by the time period of 2008. Because before we had the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 2, which were the forerunners of console gaming, we had the GameCube in 64. No one by this time period is used to console gaming. We're used to going to the arcade, putting 50 cents into a fucking machine, and then dueling our fucking friends. There is nothing about these console games that we as 2008 fucking players are used to.
Hey,
Okay, but what year did Retro, what year did Sonic Heroes come out? What year did Sonic Heroes come out? Sonic Heroes came out in 2003? Sonic Heroes came out before Sonic Unleashed, so that even proves my point of fucking console players at home are not used to gaming at home. We're still by 2003 wanting to go to arcades and game with our fucking friends. This is still a time period that's new for any kind of gaming player at gaming at home. This is still during the time period where console manufacturers are learning what works and what doesn't. So right, and that's the thing, like, for the casual market, yeah, that game fits. For us pro gamer market, that game does not fit because we want that game to be difficult, but it's not because it's aimed at the casual market. That's where IGN fits in, and it gives us a fucking general gameplay for every single gamer demographic there is. IGN is not for a specific demographic, it's for everybody. Whether you be new, old, or casual, or what of you be. I mean, me personally, as a gamer who's been gaming since, I want to say 2000. Right. But let's be fair, Angel. How many people do you know can actually speak their minds like that, like I do? Or how Retro does, or how James does? How many people do you know can actually speak their minds like that? That's the other fun point to make. Not many people can share their opinion and mention that it's biased for a specific demographic. So like me, I can mention, as I have mentioned multiple times, that this game might be designed for new gamers. This game might be designed for fucking old gamers. This game might be designed for gamers in a mixed popularity, in which case you're not going to get an accurate review because you're trying to lump multiple different gamer graphics into the review. So I'm gonna admit James as if you define Sonic Unleashed, at least the night section, as a beat 'em up, for us Mortal Kombat slash Tekken fighters, this is incredibly basic. Yeah, it's always easy as around the beginning because you're still defining your character. They make it relatively basic for you in the beginning because by the time of the end, you've either unlocked damage or you've unlocked health. In which case, they throw more enemies at you with more aggressive forms of contact, where you realize, damn, a health upgrade might have been nice, or a damage upgrade might have been nice. Because now, if you have a health upgrade, you're just lasting in this fight for like 30 fucking minutes. If you have a damage upgrade, now you're lasting 0 minutes because you're dealing a lot of damage, but you don't know how to evade or counter or other things, in which case you're not surviving in the fight. That's where the balance plays at the end of the game. If that shit comes in at the beginning of the game, it's showing you where you should place your shit at the beginning of the game. And if you choose to continue to not play that by the end of the game, you're just continuously putting yourself at a disadvantage. And if it decides to change halfway through the game, you either have to change with it or it's a bullshit mechanic. Because at the beginning of the game, they showed you that health was more of a priority, and by the end of the game, damage is a more priority. But you didn't get that sudden switch up. Yeah. Admittedly, Werehog is very simple because you can lock your enemy into a stun lock and just continue to hit them until they're dead. Doesn't matter what your damage is, you might be hitting them for 5 minutes, you might be hitting them for 20 minutes. They're still gonna die, whether or not you unlock damage or not. Because you can just infinitely combo them to the death. Yeah, and that's the point IGN has to divide themselves. Because IGN is going to divide themselves on whether or not you evolved this or you evolved this. In which case, it benefits IGN because their review is based. Me personally, I have always equally upgraded health and damage. I have always upgraded speed and damage. I have always upgraded this stat versus damage because I don't want to be swinging as slow as molasses in order to deal a lot of damage. Because if I'm swinging super slow, I'm not going to ever deal any damage if I'm in a mob. But if I swing moderately fast and I deal moderate damage, I can fork combos, I can do AoE attacks, in which case no one can touch me, and it's essentially a skill matchup from there. In which case, I've probably figured out the combos by then. I can do a good skill-based matchup. But that's me as an old gamer who's played Galaga, Pac-Man, and fucking Tetris. I do not kid you, for like a good 3 or 4 years, I had Tetris downloaded on my phone. I will not kid you, during the entire COVID section of my life, I had Tetris downloaded on my phone, and I had the high score rated in that app of Tetris on my phone. I was nuts in fucking Tetris. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Y'all continue this conversation while I'm gone. in it, but I didn't feel it like that because to me, reviewing games based on different people and how they might feel is stupid because you're basically paying tribute to a medium that doesn't exist. Because when you say, oh, well, they might be upset, they might have a skill issue, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make sense. It's not that it's like, we're just trying to argue or anything. That's just that logic of, it doesn't make sense because, how do you judge it for how someone might feel when you don't even know that that's what people feel that way? So you're just like saying, oh, new gamers might feel upset because the game is beautiful. How do you know the majority of people feel that way? How do you feel the majority of the players actually feel that way? And not just one or two people that still happen to be your game. Like, how do you know it's the select majority of people that are just have that? It's an assumption, and I feel like you can't base a review off an assumption. Okay. I'm just gonna. Okay. I'm gonna break off. I'm gonna break off of the Sonic Unleashed train for a second, okay, Retro? Who else here drinks alcohol? Aside from Angel, who else here drinks alcohol? Okay, James tries not to. Retro, your opinion on alcohol. Occasions. Okay. So, Retro, this question is necessarily divulged towards you, because I know how Angel gets when she's drunk. So I already know how she's going to answer this question. Retro. Have you ever drank while sitting down? Okay. You know when that shit's... You know when you stand up, that shit hits you a little extra hard, right? Do you know that is true, or do you know that is false? So, when you... Okay. Alcohol runs through your bloodstream. Right. So, I'm explaining it to James. But Retro, continue. Continue. Okay. Okay, fair. James, alcohol runs through your bloodstream, right? What is your resting heart rate? If you remember biology class, resting heart rate is somewhere around 60 beats per minute, right? Your standing heart rate, meaning whether you're sitting versus where you're standing. Your resting heart rate is 60 beats per minute. Your standing heart rate jumps to 90 beats per minute. That's a whole extra 30 beats per minute. So if you have alcohol in that extra 30 beats per minute, there's now necessarily more alcohol running through your system naturally, right? Naturally, that would make sense, right? If you're drunk at 60%, you would be necessarily more or less drunk when you jump to 90%, right? When I stood up, I wobbled. When I tried to go to my door to leave my room, I fell on my bed. I stood back up, made it to my door. I had to lean against the wall for stability. I made it to the hallway, walked down the hallway to the bathroom, pissed, came back. I'm I'm wobbling the whole way. I get back to my room. I fall on my bed again. I get back to where my gaming quote-unquote station is. I nearly fall on the floor. And then I make it back to my game chair. Drinking when you're sitting and drinking when you're standing, because of those beats per minute naturally, biologically, are completely different beasts. Because your heart rate is slower, the alcohol isn't pumping through your bloodstream nearly as quickly. But when you stand up and your heart rate jumps naturally so, thanks to biology, that alcohol starts running through your system a lot more aggressively. So because I've been drinking and streaming this entire time, I've been sitting, which means I have not really stood up and let that alcohol run through my system. And I am fucked, I tell you, my dear friend. I will tell you once, I will tell you twice. Because of the military, none of you can drink with me. None of you can match me. I will drink until the sun comes up in the morning. I don't give a fuck. No.
We have a minor errand before we reach yours.
So, I will admit, as someone who usually has control over their body functions and their thoughts, having natural body control suddenly lost to you is a very new experience. But it's not necessarily one that's unwelcome. So, like, let's take for example, like, let's say you usually control your thoughts, you usually don't control, you know, your fucking range of thinking, you usually filter what you say, this, that, and the third, right? If you were to suddenly get drunk and start losing control of those things, you suddenly realize, oh, the world on itself is not that bad. Like, the first time I got really, really drunk, I realized that, like, I don't necessarily have to have control over the entire planet around me. I just have to let it go. In which case, it was really fucking difficult. Because I'm not used to letting go. My drunk me wants to let go. But sober me still wants to maintain some level of control. Which is really difficult when you're fucking drunk off your ass. Yeah. So, like, I do alcohol because I know I have one too many limiters, I have one too many restrictions, in which case it's not necessarily healthy for me to have these levels of restrictions and limiters, because a lot of these limiters and restrictions are based off trauma. But if I were to get drunk and all of these limiters and restrictions decide to leave my personal life in existence, I feel like I'm king of the world. I feel like if they were to make me president, I could run the entire 198 countries that exist on the planet. I'm gonna just say that right now. But obviously I can't do that, right? So it's more or less like letting all of those worries and limiters go, as opposed to just doing stupid shit. Because yeah, I do stupid shit while I'm drunk. However, it's with a limiter of my self-conscious. But when I'm drunk, my self-conscious isn't active. I just want to do stupid shit. So it's essentially like taking a weight off your shoulders. That weight doesn't exist anymore. You can just exist as the world is presented to you. Like, you know those people who walk around at Walmart who you almost bump into because they don't really fucking care anymore?
Descend it is.
You are now that person. That person you used to resent is now you. It's a really strange thing, because the first time I experienced this, I wanted to control my thinking. I wanted to control my actions. But when I let go of that, because alcohol wasn't allowing me to control that, everything got so much better. Again, I'm a Mary Poppins kind of drunk. I get really talkative when I'm drunk. So, like, Mary Poppins, do you know who Mary Poppins is? She's very talkative, she's very silly, she's very giggly, correct? Exactly. That's where that name comes from. When you are a Mary Poppins kind of drunk, you get very talkative. Let's talk about me when I'm sober. Am I very talkative? If Angel fell asleep, that's fine. She can catch up on the stream later. Unless I'm talkative about psychology shit, am I very talkative? Unless I'm talking about Angel, am I very talkative? Let's be fair and talk about me when I'm sober. If I'm talking about Angel, yes, I might be talkative. If I'm talking about psychology shit, yes, I might be talkative. If it's anything outside of those realms, am I talkative, James? Do I usually talk about Sonic Unleashed like this? Not really. Do I talk about e- exactly. Do I talk about Call of Duty like this when I get talkative? Right. And I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about when I'm sober specifically. James, do I talk about Call of Duty when I'm sober? Occasionally, but that's depending on what the topic is dictated towards, right? Do I talk about Battlefield when I'm sober? Again, it depends on what the topic of the conversation is dictated toward, right? In which case, I'm not necessarily bringing up these two topics on my own fruition, right? AKA, I'm not very talkative when I'm sober, correct? I Right. I'm trying to make a point. Mary Poppins is more talkative because they're drunk. I don't have the personal filters to shut off my voice. I've told Angel this on countless occasions. I hate the sound of my voice. I hate how I sound when I sing. I hate how the sound of my voice when I talk. I can never listen to a voice message on Discord of myself whenever I speak. I can't do it. But when I'm drunk, mm, mm, yeah. Right. But so me personally, James, I cannot stand to hear the own sound of my voice. I cannot do it. Every time I send Angel a voice message, I can't listen to it back because I know I'm gonna hate how it sounds. So with me drunk, I don't care how much I talk. I don't care what I hear from my own fucking voice in an echo. I don't care. Which is why I'm talking so much more about this Sonic Unleashed topic with Retro. Sober me wouldn't really talk about it. I would make my points. If Retro doesn't see it, he doesn't see it. If Retro sees it, he sees it. If he, at that point, the conversation is done. Drunk me is trying to convince Retro of my own conversation. You see the difference, right? If you were to review the entire conversation that I've had with Retro, is me trying to convince him of my thinking, correct? It's difference between being sober and drunk. I'm Mary Poppins. I talk more. I try to convince people more. Now you see where that term comes from. And it's a good time. Like, I'm going to admit there are certain things that I want to talk about. There are certain things that I necessarily want to do as a human being. But I don't have the confidence to do it sober. But drunk me doesn't give a fuck. So I'm just going to do it. Like, I guarantee you right now, if Retro were to play a song that I know by heart, I'm going to sing it. And I'm not going to care whether or not you like my singing voice. I'm going to sing it. Do you see the difference, James? I'm not gonna sing right now because I know I'm drunk and I can't hit those notes like I used to. But that's the example that I'm making. If I were to be drunk and I were to decide to sing, I wouldn't care whether you liked my voice or not. I'm singing and I enjoy singing. Whether it sounds good or not, regardless. So that's just something you're gonna have to deal with. Huh? Do you want to give me a song that I know word for word so that I can sing it? Give me, Retro, I promise you if you give me a song right now while I'm this drunk, I will sing it. I will sing it to my heart's content. Give me a name of a song. And don't give me no rap shit like fucking Kendrick or Chris Brown or Drake. Give me a song that I can sing.
This bridge looks unstable.
I Want It That Way, Backstreet Boys. Okay, I'm gonna admit it right now. I don't know the words for word verbatim. So I'm just gonna sing the chorus, which is what everyone knows, right? Right? I'm gonna set my controller down for this. You are my fire, the one desire. Don't believe when I say I want it that way. It's not
Not
bad,
to gain
but
any
it obviously
power.
doesn't fit the notes that Backstreet Boy sings it in, correct? If I can remember the chorus, yeah, right. Hang on, I gotta remember it while I'm drunk. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. I personally notice that I sing with more soulful notes. I sing with more like black notes. So if it's a white orientated song, I may or may not be able to sing it correctly. Like if James were to tell me to sing Bill Withers, I may not be able to sing that shit correctly. That's a mixed person. Actually, Bill Withers is a mixed person. Give me a white person. Like, I know it sounds racist, but white people and black people hit to two completely different notes. Black people hit the notes of that comes from your diaphragm. White people hit more notes that come from your vocal cords. In which case, by the end of the song, your throat feels more hoarse. Whereas opposed to the black people songs, you feel out of breath because you're reaching from your diaphragm. It's racist, but it's real. Tell me I'm wrong, Retro. Okay, James, give me a white person song. Give me a song sung by a white person. Fireworks. Let's sing the notes of fire. That comes from your vocal cords at the very top of your throat. That eventually is going to wear down your vocal cords. If I sing Backstreet Boys, that's all diaphragm. You see the two different regions these vocal notes come from. Fireworks is going to leave my throat hoarse. Diaphragm is going to leave me out of breath, in which case you're going to hear me take a in between notes because I have to catch a load of breath to catch those fucking notes and sing them appropriately. Singing is racist, but it makes sense. Do you see the point I just made, James? Like, sing fireworks right now. Fire! That feels like it's in your throat, right? You're a fire! Especially if you try to hit the higher notes of fireworks, it's in your vocal cords. Well, that's one thing to take into consideration. Also to consider, she's a female, in which case, yeah, she's a female, so she has naturally higher notes. But as a male trying to hit those higher notes, James, try to hit those James. No. I'm not talking about Backstreet Boys. I'm talking about Katy Perry fireworks. James. Is it Katy Perry or am I mistaken? I'm drunk. Am I mistaken in saying Katy Perry? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. James, try to hit a Katy Perry's fireworks note. Tell me if you feel it in your diaphragm or if you feel it in your vocal cords, aka your neck. No, I'm not asking you, Angel, because I'm not asking you, Angel, because you have a female voice. You have a natural... I'm asking James because he has a naturally more baritone voice, which means he has to change his vocal cords to hear a higher note. Angel, if I were to talk to you in my basic voice, that's a deeper baritone, more voice. That's the bottom of my vocal cords. James, as well, has a naturally more bassy voice. He has a naturally more bottom of his vocal cords. If he were to sing Fireworks in the Katy Perry tone, he has to go from the bottom of his vocal cords to the top of his vocal cords, in which case he's using his vocal cord. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the point of whether it's black music or it's white music, you use different parts of your body. Black music uses more soul, it uses more diaphragm, the inner part of your body, in which case it's deeper notes. If you sing Katy Perry, it's higher notes, in which case you're using your actual throat for those higher notes that you can't naturally access. You have to change your voice to hit them. Yes, it depends on the person and toning. It depends on the... I get that. I get that. But the other point I'm trying to mention is that you're a female. The other point I'm trying to make is that you're a female. You can naturally, genetically... It does. Females genetically have a naturally higher pitched voice. You can especially hear it. You can especially hear it when Angel giggles. When Angel giggles, it is always a high pitched voice. Am I wrong, Retro? You can hear it right now as she's giggling. It's a high pitched note. I'm not trying to make it racist or sexist. Like, if you were to go into choir, males, when they hit that high pitched note, it's classified as right. Oh no, I'm not even getting into black and white of this. Am I getting? Anyway, I'm getting into sexism. Males, when they hit higher pitched notes, Angel, what did you say it's called? It's called not fascism. What is it called? Falsetto. Right. If you look at choir, which is implied of singing at all different notes for all different genders of all different races, choir, males can typically only reach as high as falsetto. A perfect example of this is Sam Smith. A perfect example of falsetto is Sam Smith. And we all know Sam Smith by this point in time in history. Retro, suck my dick, let me speak. Let drunk me speak. Sam Smith exists in the falsetto range. He's not soprano, he's not alto, he's not tenor. He exists in that weird state of in-between where it sounds like a high note, excuse my drunk English, but it sounds high because that's the highest note his vocal cords can reach. Oh, won't you stay? That's the highest note my vocal cords can reach naturally as a male, because my vocal cords are usually based lower. So when I go high, that's the natural voice that my voice can reach. Falsetto. For females, they can naturally release soprano, which makes them naturally better at higher pitched notes. It is a little level of sexism. I unfortunately want to admit it, but it exists. Honkai Star Rail cannot rain you. Honkai Stale Rail cannot save you. Cause let's look at 07. Is that her name? Her voice is naturally high-pitched to the extreme for acting purposes to show you that she is a female. If you were to take that way, that naturally high-pitched, she'd probably sound like fucking, Dung Ji or whatever the fuck his name is with a spear. Dong Hun, or whatever his name is. Is that his? I haven't played Star Rail in like 3 months, Retro. Give me some faith. No, I'm like dead serious. I haven't played Star Rail since before ZZZ came out. Yes. What time is it?
More strength.
I'll be fine, I promise you. I can't focus. I'm doing things. No. No. I definitely like you. That's definitely a fact that Retro Orange. I definitely love you, Retro, and James can confirm that. Suck my dick, bitch. Hang on, one person at a time. One person at a time. Retro, no. Hang on, wait your turn. James, what did you say? Yeah, I'm drunk. What do you expect? Of course I'm slurring my words. Your statement is done. Angel, what did you say? What time is it? You said 1 o'clock almost? I'm looking at my computer screen. It's 12:48. I'm good, bro. What? I'm having a good time. You're having a good time. We're all having a good time. What's the problem? What? If you take me away, I'm gonna warn you right now. My phone is on the charger. I'm nowhere near it, so I'm probably not gonna see you take me away. And what if I decide not to? Then I won't get head. I'm drunk enough to the point you're probably gonna come 3 times before I actually bust a nut from getting head. You said it, not me. I'm just rolling with it, motherfucker. You decided to bring up head, which implies my fucking dick. And if we're talking about my dick game, I'm not getting to the finishing point until you probably already have 3 times. What if I choose not to go to bed? What if I want to continue gaming, continue streaming, continue giving what the audience what they want, continue to cause utterless chaos, and dive into the deep depths of despair? Angel? I do love you, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not sleepy because I'm at my gaming chair. No. I guarantee you I won't. I'll fuck you with this whiskey dick. Do not tempt me. Actually, where's Shouta at? Shouta doesn't know anything about drinking. I can explain what whiskey dick is to him. Angel, do you even know what whiskey dick is? I can explain that to you. It's not as bad as you think. It's honestly very simple. It's it's simple. I can explain it to you because you're a female and you don't have a penis. I do love you, but I want to explain this to you while I take another shot. And Halit. I stopped you from drinking because I could tell by how drunk you are, you were gonna struggle, and guaranteed because I knew better, you threw up later. I know what my limit is, which is essentially limitless so long as I'm not drinking Patron. I will get rest. I'll probably wake up at 10 in the morning, but it's fine. It's fine. Steve Rogers, I feel like Robin. Steve Rogers, I feel like Robin Williams. I'm the greatest actor out there on the planet. Fuck you mean, Retro? I'm good, dog. I'm good. How are you gonna ask me how fingers you're holding up when one, I'm not near my phone to see your camera, two, that's a verbal question. I definitely can't see what you're doing. Retro, unless you turn your camera on right now on Discord, I cannot see how many fingers you're holding up. Exactly. Even drunk, I have a certain level of sobriety. And that's the amazing part about me getting drunk as fuck off my ass. Shut the fuck up, James. I will kick you in the shin. I'm wasted in the sense that I'm yapping. I'm not wasted in the sense that I can't understand what's happening around me. Like, I guarantee you in the morning, I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna feel really apologetic about everything that happened. But I'm not so drunk that I'm not gonna forget everything that happened. I'm not blackout. You see the difference, Retro? You see the difference, James? You see the difference, Angel? I will go to bed eventually. Even drunk, I still have my comedic timing. Even drunk, I still have my comedic timing. I said eventually after I made my statement. I'm good. Cherries, you sound far away from your microphone. Are you connected to your headphones? Earbuds. Okay, that's what the issue is. Usually earbuds don't have that great a microphone. That's probably what Cherry's issue is. I have to take that caution whenever I'm on my earbuds from work. I don't know if people can hear me properly. Again, Retro, I've been drunk off of Patron and other things that are significantly stronger than what I've drank, to the point that I've thrown up. I guarantee you, if I'm able to answer questions and other things, I'm not that fucking drunk. So I'm gonna say this, Retro. When you're drunk, it's difficult to do certain things. So like, do you know what beer pong is? Shut up. Retro, do you know what beer pong is? Yeah, it's a drinking game where you like set up cups and like all that other shit on like a ping pong table, right? Yeah. All you get it, right? There was a certain point in time where I set the ping pong table down on the table and then took a seat on the floor across the room. That's how drunk I was. I'm not at that point, I don't think. But if I were to reference how drunk I am in relations, that's where I am. Where I completely forgot that we were playing a game and I just sat down on the floor. Angelique. Angelique. I understand you're worried about me sleeping. I understand that you're worried about me actually being safe while I'm drunk. One, I'm still sitting down. I'm in my chair. I'm safe. Yeah, and I get that, but let's be fair. If I'm drunk and I'm sleeping, I'm going to sleep as much as my body needs me to, because I don't have the filters to wake up on time for other things. So I'm gonna be fine, okay? I'm gonna feel perfectly not fine to wake up in the morning, take my clothes out of the dryer and put them away. I'm gonna feel perfectly fine in that regard, I think. I've done it before. Hell, I drove home drunk. I didn't give a fuck. I like how she mentions again because she knows it happened in the past. No, I was not retro. I was not drinking and driving. There was no alcohol in the car. I was drunk while driving. There's a difference. Angel, whatever your middle name is, I can't remember while I'm drunk. Present a cup. Angel Smith. How about I put the Angel, how about I give you my last name, Smith? Angel Smith. I have nowhere to go. The only place I have to be is this stream. So all I have to be is in my bedroom, where my PlayStation is. I will admit Retro and Angel. I will admit Retro and Angel. The only reason I quote unquote had to drive home is because I lived in the barracks. I didn't necessarily have to drive home. I could have passed out on the floor on the couch of the party that I was drinking at, but I chose to drive home, quote unquote. So it's one of those things where right now, living in my home in Michigan, not even necessarily in the army of the military, where the rules are lackadaisical as fuck, I don't have to worry about, necessarily the same thing. Right? So it's different. I still made it back to the barracks that night. I still laid down on my own pillow that night. And I was perfectly fine the next morning that day. So there's really, if you think about it, with all the presentations I just gave you, there's not a whole hell of a lot to contend with aside from body coordination and other things. In which case, I might not be making a double play, I might be making a single play. I might not be making, the catch. I might be letting it slip by, in which case it's considered an error and other things. I'm not so drunk and lost in the sauce that I forgot where I live. I know I still live in Detroit, Michigan, or technically Southfield, Michigan, where no one knows where Southfield is, but if you look up Detroit and you look a little bit to the left, oh shit, there goes Southfield. I live in Southfield, Michigan, a little bit off of 8th Mile, which is, of course, the border between Southfield and Detroit. In which case, a lot of bullshit goes on. But it's fine. I'm going to still go to bed the same. I'm going to still wake up the same. I'm going to still go to work the same. I'm going to still get married all the time. And it's going to be perfectly fine. I said married. Do you not want to get married, Angel? No, come on. Don't be shy. Don't blush. Tell me when you want to get married. Actually, let me rephrase the question. When do you want to get married to me specifically? No. Don't give a general broad question. That's a cop-out. Give me the exact... Retro, I'm not like you where I'm a horny bitch who hasn't had sex for 3 months, alright? Fuck off. Oh, you a basic bitch, nigga. Fuck you. Your dick has never felt the glories of a vagina. Again, I'm a Mary Poppins. I say the first thing that comes to mind. Retro has never felt the glories of a vagina. Hang on. Hang on, that went down all the wrong pipe. That shot went down all the wrong pipe. Hang on. Well, that's what a hangover implies, you sober bitch. Being a sober person, you obviously don't know how a hangover works. A hangover implies that it hangs over until the morning time, in which case you still feel a little drunk despite the fact that you slept for like 9 or 10 hours. What was... Hang on, look. It's not pleasant, which is why I mix, because it takes the unpleasantness out of specific alcohols. So like, Honey Jack Daniels is like really smooth, in which case you don't feel the burn, you don't feel any of those negative factors of drinking. New Amsterdam, it burns in the back of your throat. Which is why I mixed the two, because Honey Jack Daniels eliminates the burn while still giving you the same punch that mixing gives you. Unfortunately, I'm out of Jack Daniels, which means I can't get rid of the burn. I just have to deal with it. Which is why that last shot sucks for me so fucking much. Because I can't find a way to deal with it. I just have to fucking suffer through it, essentially. I'm not gonna be honest with you. I'm fighting a boss right now. I cannot see the enemy in a straight line. The enemy is in like 4 different lines right now, but I'm still fighting him, and I still got him down like a quarter of health. Fuck you, Nate. Fuck you, James. I can still fight. I still got that dog in me. Yes, I do. The boss I'm fighting right now is literally off to a quarter of health. You suck my dick. Wow. Oh, and there goes the boss. I beat a boss drunk off my ass.
What do you say?
James, I beat a boss level drunk off my ass with a character that I hate drunk off my ass. You can suck my dick. I'm the fucking GOAT. I didn't even have to revive for that boss fight. Suck my dick, nigga.
Okay, alright, that's not good.
And I got a big dick too.
Well, hey, wait, where are you going? Are you running away?
Yeah, cherries. You know what cherries get drunk too. Get drunk too. Join the vibes. No, you can talk to the man when he's drunk. He's just not gonna have a filter. Well, unlike what you're used to, cherries, I'm not gonna hit you when I'm drunk. I understand, cherries, as a person in the household that you're in, that drunk people may not be the most comfortable for you. I promise you, as a drunk person, I am very calm, I am very tame when I'm drunk, okay? And again, you will learn as you hear me drunk more and more often that the only thing that changes is that I'm very, very talkative as opposed to my usual demeanor, where I'm usually more calm and less talkative. And the fact that even when I'm drunk, I can go back to my psychiatrist voice and aromate the sense of calm across the call and calm everyone down from whatever it is that they're feeling is surprisingly impressive. And even for you, cherries, who isn't used to me sounding drunk, in my calm baritone psychiatrist voice, it's more in the sense of calming than it is in anything else. And it brings your emotions into regulation, and it brings your thoughts and regulation, because it's a voice that I've drilled into my brain so thoroughly that I'm able to repeat it so evenly without practice, even though I am drunk off my ass. So you know, ain't cherries, without a fraction of a doubt, even if I am drunk, I can still bring out their psychiatrist voice and offer you the most comfort that I'm able to offer. It's crazy, Retro, how I can bring out that psychiatrist drunk, even drunk off my ass. That means I've done the psychiatrist. That means I've done the psychiatrist voice so often that it's subconscious, and I can do it naturally. If you want to find me, go find me. If you want to go find the ending, go find it. I'm still gonna be speaking in my psychiatrist voice to illuminate a sense of calm over these dark and desperate times that you are struggling to find your inner self through. I'm not gone. Ask me a question. Do I love my girlfriend? Yes, I love my wife, and I will kiss her and cuddle her and hug her till the end of time. No, you're not gonna play that game on me, motherfucker. I'm only on mission 5 out of 20. I got more time. I reached for my controller and I completely missed my controller. The demon at V's command made short work of the great demon, paralyzing the roots of the Quiet-Flop, but arrival of the Colossus demon monsters, and I couldn't read the rest of that because I'm drunk. Well, to be fair, Retro, I need glasses, so I can't read in general.
It's our lucky day, V. Let's go find a game of cards.
These Glyphot roots.
No, I'm not so racist to the point of needing reading glasses. The last time I took an eye exam, in the army, they rated me at 1.5 in each eye and a 0.3 decenter.
Now to find an exit.
Retro, you can suck my dick, alright? Whether I take a sober vision test versus whether I take a drunk vision test, the results are the same. I cannot see 1.5 in each eye, and I have a decenter of 3, which is bad for my age of 23. I don't know. I don't have my phone near me, so I can't see whose microphone is lighting up for that water. I mean, if Jamari is in the call, then it would be pissed, but Jamari isn't in the call, I don't think. I like how... Okay, so... Retro. Usually when I go through the encounter that I just went through, I take damage. Drunk off my ass, I went through that encounter with
Can't
no
move forward
damage.
without breaking through these.
That just shows how, like, even drunk, I have a certain level of fucking coordination and other things that doesn't exist. So there is a such thing as drunk coordination. So like you'll see this at like NASCAR races and other things where people gain a certain level of control and other things where like it's unnaturally so for a drunk. Usually when you're drunk, you lose coordination. But drunk, I surprisingly gain coordination, which is why I love playing this game while I'm drunk, because I gain a surprising amount of coordination. I went through a whole combat encounter where I usually take 1 or 2 hits of damage, and I took it without any damage. That's a certain level of drunk coordination that doesn't happen when I'm sober. Right, and that's what drunk does to you. Drunk, when you're drunk, it removes those limiters that keeps you remaining quiet. When you're drunk, you don't have those limiters that keeps you quiet, which is why I'm so talkative right now. I guarantee you on any given day in the week, I would not be talking about retro and fucking Sonic Unleashed lore. But because I'm drunk, I don't have those limiters and I can talk to them freely about that lore. There's like what is it? It's called like, I think it's technically called drunk coordination. I think that's the actual term for it, drunk coordination. Drunk coordination, where you have a certain level of coordination, but it's a little bit fucked up because you're drunk. So like, for example, sober me playing beer pong sucks dick. Drunk me playing beer pong, that's a different level of animal. But unfortunately, the character that we played in Fortnite earlier just had no regards for the paranormal, like, whatsoever. So, like, I wouldn't bring... good, James. Don't you worry about me, big boy. I'm gonna be alright. No, Sherry's, don't you talk to me like you know me. You don't know where my limits are. Retro, you obviously don't know. In high school, I was named the never-ending motor. I can run to the end of...
You first. Enjoy the taste of despair.
Alright, so let me explain what just happened. While I was talking shit to Retro, I damn near fell out of my chair and unplugged my controller. I'm still wasted off my ass. Saying hello. I will go to bed when I'm ready. Where was I at? I was arguing with Retro. I damn near fell out of my chair. I didn't. I did unplug my controller. That's why you couldn't hear me. What were we talking about before then, Retro? Suck my big ass, black ass dick, Retro. What were we talking about? Right. In which case I said that I still have Steam. It's just whether or not I can control said Steam. In which case, it's kind of a no. Hence the statement of me almost falling out of my chair. Cause I went to go, I don't even remember what I went to go do, but like I damn near fell over and my hand collided with the cable that connects to my PlayStation 5 controller, in which case I killed my microphone. And it's crazy how even drunk, I still have a certain level of confidence to take down the enemies that spawn. I just need to move forward and then continue this stream. Angelique! What was the last number you heard me hear? 6? The last number that I probably said in terms of drinking was 6. And because I use a double shot glass, you could probably multiply that by 2. In which case I've taken 12 shots total of New Amsterdam apple mixed with honey Jack Daniels honey. I am Fuck! Stop. No, I remember the number 6. Yes, I do. And even Angel can confirm, if she can remember, the last number that I said was number 6. I'm sorry, the game is running, so I can't hear you over the game, very honestly with you. I had the same Angel, I had the same Angel with the problem earlier. I had the same problem with Angel earlier. Mm-hmm. No. I'm having what's the Queen song? Don't stop me now. Don't stop me 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. No, don't go to bed without me. That's still against the law. Well, I'm drunk, so I don't have the limiter to say fuck it. I'm not a bottom bitch like you, James. You said what? Yes. You got shot down by what and what station? You still didn't answer what? You didn't answer what you. I'm fucking great, James. Mind your own fucking business. Do you mind if I help, Retro? Because I've wanted to kill myself since I was in high school. There's no reason if I had an accomplice. I guarantee, Retro, the map is not as difficult as you think. Uh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and maybe throw up.
really want Target stuff. Like they have it on Steam, they have it on PS5, Xbox, I believe. But it's like with PlayStation, Xbox, or like when it come out, they'll put it on, they'll put it up with like a wish list and all that. Good food song. The last thing he said before like until now is the last thing he said was like going to the bathroom because I'm like I think I'm going to throw up or something like that. And he hasn't come back since he said that.
I wish you would have listened to me. But I really not have some of what other people are.
No. Are you having
Yeah, not knowing what to do.
Well, the thing is, it's like when you care about someone, sometimes you have to tell them stuff like that, and you don't want to, and that you're doing it out of like,
Yeah, well, I always felt bad because he's growing up and I'm not willing.
well, I mean, you warned him and he didn't listen, so what can you do?
I didn't want to take away his fun from my very good days.
Would you have done it if you told him, if you did tell him not to? Because if the answer is yes, then it's probably not, like, you're not at fault at all. You're going to do it anyway, like, you telling him not to. It doesn't change.
I just need him to come back and say something.
It'll be hard to see. like my grandpa and my sister. Like with grandpa and my sister. Because my grandma wouldn't do that. But they basically gave me food and they gave me food poisoning. And so I didn't eat any food that they ever got me to as a
Daddy.
baby. You must still be in the room. Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely. Definitely. Because I was like maybe questioning like maybe you just how to go to the restroom or something. But yeah, no, definitely.
Daddy. Please come back.
Do you have work tomorrow? Okay. At least you don't have that to worry about.
Unless you fell asleep.
The last thing is that we're going to do the rest of this because it's going to be that's the last thing he said. And that's what I'm saying. It's like nothing is bad. Like yes, that I hope at some point he falls asleep, but falling asleep after right after I don't think it's a good idea. I don't unless he just completely passes out while in the bathroom. I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't do that. But I don't think he just threw up or something. But I actually do need to go as well. And I'll be right back. ability to screw up and then basically pass up. saying that like when it's difficult, I'm like, when it's being difficult ever bad? And also, I wouldn't find it the most difficult game out there. Like, there's way more games that are more difficult than that. Like, does a moose have a learning curve? Sure, you haven't played it a lot, then sure it has a learning curve. But there's, like, games that have a learning curve where it takes, like, literally years to learn that learning curve. So with a moose, it's like, once you play it, like, a couple of times, then you kind of, like, kind of understand, you kind of get it. At least, that's what happened with me. And the reason that, like, you want to go to, like, games like Sonic Forces where, like, everything's piss-ass easy? Like, is that what people want? Where it's just, like, everyone's an easy game? And they gave it, like, a 6.9. Which trying being standard is not really that bad. Considering they gave Unreleased a 5, I think. Back then, you know. They've done a re-review of it, and they did it like a 7 or 8, I think. Can't stop with the cat. They went from 2 so low, like, yeah, I agree there's a lot of problems with, you know, like, how it's done. But, like, with Frontiers, I feel like they put a little too low. I mean, this is a little too low. Dance was a little too high in my opinion. The dance is good, but it's not, like, the best game ever. Like, it's not, like, Advance might be good, but it's not, like, better than Duke Nukem. That's the fact. Like, that Arena and Advance were better than Sonic 3 and Knuckles? No. Like, Sonic 3 and Knuckles is probably the best fucking time. Like, let's be honest. Best fucking time is probably one. It's the longest one. You have 2 super forms instead of just one. You have Knuckles as playable. So you have Sonic Tails and Knuckles playable. And Amy between other versions and whatever, whatever. You have locked on Sonic and Knuckles for Sonic 1, then they get like the police district. So basically you'd get like basically like a rest notice all the time. Kind of like a side effect of that kind of